Welcome in, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Okay. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Hi, Suo. Welcome in. Thank you for being first to stream 3 times so far. Hell yeah. Congrats. And thank you for redeeming your daily cast. You got a rare bite fin, which is worth around 55 anchors. 462 total. Nice. I am working on... Well, okay, working, I say, was actually happening. I've been planning doing stuff around a kind of revamp of the system. Instead of fishing, it'll be something a little more, unique, creative. Hopefully some like visual integration. We'll see. I don't know about that. And you'll actually be able to use the points you get for stuff. I don't know exactly what yet, but we'll see. I have to look into that. And I'm also looking to kind of change a bit how it's calculated. Anyways, that's backend stuff. I can talk about it a little more later if people are interested. But one thing, one thing that was in the announcement for the stream that was supposed to happen 2 days ago didn't happen, or that didn't happen yesterday, and it's happening now. We're going to talk about Science Sunday. I don't know if I'm going to finish before the ads, so I'm going to go over kind of the gist of it. Basically, the next topic, the next thing that we're gonna look at, and I think we should be able to get this done in one stream. It's like 4 to 6 hours seems like enough, but we'll see. We will be discussing combustion engines, or engines that light on fire. So it's like the big ones are internal combustion. That's the stuff that's in your car. Jet engines, or turbojet engines. I'll think about it. We might look into another or the other kinds of jet engines, maybe just a little bit, but they're much more complex. And then we'll look at rockets. Rockets, surprisingly, are kind of the simplest of all of them, but in the most complex way possible. So that's just a little overview. We will look at that when we do Science Sunday next. So when we will do Science Sunday next? Kind of just whenever I'm done with the research and I'm done with the plan. I want to make it a little more kind of concrete, a little bit more like interactive and stuff, and a little bit more fun than me just kind of explaining stuff, which I know some people like, but obviously it's not for everyone. So I'm going to try to make it kind of a little less just me writing stuff. We'll have some like graphics, shitty graphics, yes, but graphics. Some stuff I'll find online, and then some stuff I'll make, and then some simulation animation-esque stuff. So with all that, that's gonna take a long time. How long? I think probably a month, if I had to guess. But I don't know when I'll be done. So the plan is that I will instead finish, and I will let you all know on like that stream when I will set it for. I'll put an announcement on Discord when I actually know when we're gonna do the science, not Sunday, because it won't be on Sunday, and then we'll kind of do it on that day. All right, I have a Twitter now, so I'll also probably have stuff up there about as well. Probably a couple more posts about it on Twitter. You know, I have to do the stuff and get out there and the shit. um, yeah. In the meantime, because Science Sunday is not happening for a while, the idea that was that potentially I could do more short, less planned, but more simple kind of small computer science tutorials. Because that I don't have to research as much, and those will be much, you know, I don't want to say lower quality, but they'll be more shitty. And so I can do those more often, and that will probably be structured in a way. I will get back to that after ads. I was thinking about doing that in the meantime. So I will finish talking about that when everyone gets back from ads, once ads start, and I will see y'all then. Until then, for those of you who don't get ads, congrats, or didn't get this ad. I'm just gonna, look over this again. Probably talk to myself a little bit, but once we actually get into the stuff we're gonna do this stream, I'll explain much more in depth about what we're doing, how we're doing it, why we're doing it, all that shit. For now, I'm just trying to remember myself. Because I didn't get time today, or I didn't get time before stream. Oh yeah, shit, I can talk about that. I guess we'll also talk about that once everyone's back. Let's see, what do we have? Terminal. Hi, Chunya? Hopefully that's fine. Also, you might be stuck in ads. I'm sorry about that. Okay, oh yeah. Welcome in. How's it going? Oh, is it? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Is that better? Should go down a little bit more. I can also just probably drop it in there, and I'll pull it back up here. You're great. You're at work. Well, I hope work's going fine. Well, I guess work is going fine because you're great. But yeah, we are going to be working on kind of a library in Python. This is some planning stuff, and I will kind of explain that once we get into it. Right now we're talking about a program thing, kind of, that I used to do called Science Sunday, where we would research a topic and then explain it. At least like pretty in depth, but also like bringing it kind of down for people who don't natively speak the science. And so we're talking about how that's going to kind of change. Oh yeah, shit, for people who aren't here, I will also write a summary of kind of what we talked about for Science Sunday in the Discord. You love science? Hell yeah. The next topic that we're going to be looking at is combustion engines. Kind of as a whole. It'll be internal combustion, turbojet, and rocket engines. Which will be maybe a little less in depth since those are not my primary field, but research is always very fun when I'm learning new things about new fields that I had no idea of before. Yeah. Sorry, what we're talking about is that your GF is a flight mechanic? Ooh, that's a really fucking cool job. When I was a lot younger, I wanted to be a mechanic, but I don't have the dexterity for working with things with my hands. So it's like engineering, but where you have a Control Z button, so it's bad, so it's easier for me. But yeah, because I want to do more kind of interactive, more in-depth explanations. I want to make some like graphics, animations, potentially some like simulations or pseudo simulations, kind of. It's gonna take a lot longer, and so I don't know when the next one will be. I think I have the socials are a little above. They're also in the about section. I'll post an announcement when I'm actually done with the preparation and I know when I'll do it next. And because of that, in the intermediate, I want to do some kind of computer science tutorials, kind of, but explaining kind of the foundational concepts of computer science and how it works, why it works. Not necessarily computing and electronics, because those are definitely topics for a Science Sunday. They are much more in depth. But some of the things would be like object-oriented programming is one of kind of the big things. And so explaining how that works, why people do that, and the other styles of programming, because there's functional programming, and then there's something in between, which is where every program is. Or almost every language is. Some languages try to be very much to one side or the other. And so I wanted to look a little more at that because I have to do less research, and those will be. I'm not gonna say, yeah. Or wait, I said that already. They're gonna be shittier. They're gonna be definitely less, cool, and animations, graphics, that kind of stuff, and more just me working in a terminal with some pre-built programs or like almost fully built programs that we'll work on, and explaining how different concepts make these programs functional or make these programs work in a way that is better than if you were to use other paradigms. And so with that, I'm going to be looking into that as well. And same with the other one. There's going to be announcements if I do decide to do one or when I decide to do the one, but those should be more frequently. Maybe I'll do like one or two in between every Science Sunday. Sorry, I need to reach out. Matching out. It's sick. She's the goblin that takes care of the stuff in tight spaces. Oh, hell yeah. That's where all the interesting. Okay, on planes, all of it's interesting. But you always put the most complex shit in the smallest spaces. You need to learn more about programming? It's a big field, and it's definitely. Like I say this a lot. It takes a certain way of thinking that definitely I find is a lot harder to just pick up, but it also means that, like, when you learn one programming language, even if you're learning like programming in Python, and then like what I'm doing now, I'm learning Rust, which, for those of you who don't know, this is Python. It's great. I love it. This is the language that I learned first, and this is the language that I know the best. It's the only language that I really know that well. Rust is the opposite in every way. And so it's really hard. But once you learn programming in one language, a lot of that is transferable. Doesn't matter how complex or how different the new language is. The concepts of how you do programming are going to transfer. And so that, I think, is the nice part. It definitely takes a lot more initial work to understanding why and how to program. Also, look, I'm a programmer. I have to shill for programming and computer science. A lot of these skills are skills you can use in other places in life. Like if you take a programming class, they're gonna beat that into your head. So I don't want to do that because I know how annoying that is. But a lot of it is, well, how do I take this huge fucking problem and turn it into small problems? And how do I take those small problems and turn it into small problems? Jesus Christ. Hi, Notorian. Welcome in. Tuna, you see my well room? Yeah. Well, have well. No, it's just a image I found online. But I don't know how to draw. So we're seeing with this. I want to add some stuff in there. That'll be fun. Torian, you just woke up? Well, good morning. How's your morning going? I guess I don't know. If you just woke up, then maybe the morning hasn't started yet, but that. Shit, lost my train of thought. More coffee. Right. Science on there. Or kind of the stuff in there. Oh, right, and I have my notes. Basically, when I'm done preparing for a Science Sunday, I think I can do this only in the Discord. I don't know if I can do it on Twitter, but we'll see. I think I'll probably just do it in the Discord. I'll put a poll up for the days that we can do the Science Sunday. And then we'll, and I'll do it on the one that gets the most votes. Cool. Hopefully that means that the most people can actually watch. I know this is not the most convenient time for people to watch. This is the degen hours, but hopefully more people can watch it if they get to vote on when it happens. And Torian's been okay. Sadly, it's a Monday. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling. Hopefully it goes all right though. At least not a bad Monday. Sure, it's a Monday, but hopefully it's not one of the worst Mondays. Chunya, you need the knowledge of specifically game dev coding? Oh, yeah. Game dev is definitely a different beast on top of programming. I think, what was the one that I tried? I tried Unity. Unity is cool. I have some gripes with Unity. Because, like, I get that there's a lot of tutorials out there for Unity. Sorry, small side tangent. We'll get back to the actual stream content shortly. But I have to rant about Unity. I get that there's a lot of tutorials for Unity, and that should be enough to make a game in Unity. But I like looking at the documentation and being able to go search up a function or, like an object and a thing and see what it does. What the fuck's Unity documentation? Why does it... Well, why does it look like that? It annoys me to no end. But that's... it doesn't make Unity a bad engine. I think there are definitely use cases for it, and I think it is by far the most widespread engine for just, I want to build something. Put it in Unity. At least at first. And then you can, if you really need other things, you can switch to like Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine is great for 3D games. It is overly complex unless you want really nice graphics. So my recommendation, as much as like people are like, yeah, Unreal is great, it's good, but just try a different try a different engine first, unless you need that specific graphic style. It tends to be overkill. Or from what I've heard and from people both, IRL and online. Obviously, I have looked at Unreal. I have not tried actually making stuff in it. If I were to make again, I would definitely try Godot, because it looks nice and it's open source. I'm not super picky about using only open source things, but open source is always a nice benefit. It means I can make whatever the fuck I want and say, here, have it, for free. And the code is out there. I can make extensions for it that are packaged with it. I can make tools using it. It's a great benefit of using open source tools. Obviously, there's not always an open source option. But yeah, now you've always wanted, yeah, wait, sorry, I need this. Go back. You're gonna try Godot instead? Yeah, that's definitely the move, especially if there's less, or if you want to learn less, because it's, from what I've heard, simpler. You decided 2 days ago to finally get into game dev and make your own project. Ooh, hell yeah. You gotta tell me how it goes. You've wanted to make games since you were 8, Mel? Yeah. Definitely making something like that put out there is definitely it's a good feeling. It's been going amazing in the creative process so far. Huh. Well, that's a good start. Once you figure out what you want to make, making it is, well, the next step. I was gonna say making it is the next step. Fucking obviously. Just being able to kind of put a bunch of ideas there. It's always a good sign that you have a good idea of what you want to do. Was that everything about Science Sunday stuff? Yeah. You're really surprised how well it's gone with making characters in the world? Oh. That is a skill, and that is impressive. You didn't know you had it in you? That, I think, was it? I think the only person that I know who's made a game is or like IRL. He's someone who's definitely more on that artsy style. I know a couple like software people, not necessarily artsy, but like that kind of creative process style. And that's, hell yeah. I could never. You're pleasantly surprised. You love your characters, which is a great sign. It is. Yeah, no, really. I hope that goes well. You gotta tell me how that goes. Mhm. Always happy to help with the coding tech stuff, but not like obviously I don't know Godot, but obviously it can't be that different, right? Right? From other programming. I don't know. I can provide some kind of help, probably. I don't know. I'm sure you got it. Just having the willpower to actually get through it is impressive. Oh yeah, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hmm. Hmm. Fail first or fail safe? Not fail first. Fail safe. Um. This is less than 0. Less than or equal to 0, or with with greater than or greater than 1, right? Yeah, because it's a float. Raise value error invalid. Oh, okay. Yes. Should be like that. Should be roughly half. Oh, yeah, they can. Should duck. Let me see. Police attack threshold ratio, I think. Turn that up. 30. I think what was that, 25 or 20? So what do we go to 25 gain ratio? I think he's perfect. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. That's sometimes it's hard to tell when let me get to the other one. It's hard to tell audio stuff like that. I mean, I just see these like little bars go up and down. Okay. Well, ratio must be between zero less. Tunai, words. Sorry. Yeah, I thought you need this to say. I appreciate it. Oh, actually, how do I? Okay, no, first, explain. Okay, so what's happening? Basically, the project is that making apps in general usually means you have to make like a UI like this. And UIs like this are kind of complex to operate in and work with. So the plan is to make a and so there are these types of apps that run in the terminal. So they're called terminal UI apps, or TUI for short. And basically they make a UI by shaping how the text is, because a terminal is only text. But we have a terminal in here somewhere. There. So this terminal, there's only text in here. What that means is that there isn't a way to say, well, what if you put this right there in space? Because there is no space. It's just text. And modifying the text means you have to go back to that specific character using control commands or control characters, I think they're called, and rewrite that character, which is a pain. So the library will focus on making that easier by making, design a little bit more HTML-esque, HTML-like. It's not perfect because, again, there are still constraints of how small changes can be and stuff, but the idea is that it will make it easier for most apps to have an interface. To do that, it takes a lot of planning. So this is basically an example app. Actually, let me read chat. Genius, sorry for coming in spamming about yourself, by the way. You're just proud? No, that's neat, and I appreciate it. I don't think that's a bad thing. Just talking about the same thing over and over again, or just having like nothing to talk about is obviously I need to get better at just talking about shit in general, but I appreciate you coming in and interacting in general. It's not bad. Like you're distracting. Trust me, I get very distracted on my own. I can. There's no real downside. I will get distracted by, whether it's just like what I'm doing or like, ooh, what does this button or what does this command do? You were sketching last night? Ooh, hell yeah. If you want to share it, you can post it in the Discord. There is a images channel there, I think, somewhere. I can find it. It's there. Nah, you can just put it in general. It's fine, it's all the same. Oh, never mind. No, there is. I know. Okay. Can't find the buttons now. Yeah, I mean, feel free to post it in the Discord there. I probably make a couple other channels now I think about it, but off stream. Don't want to get too distracted with that. I guess. I mean, like, we can... We can try. I don't think we can get a hook on the terminal UI. Okay, so one of the issues that I'm looking at or thinking about is, well, what happens if the terminal resizes? How do you deal with that? Because there's usually not a great... in other languages, there are ways to know when the terminal resizes. In Python, there isn't. It doesn't provide syntax for that. So there's this. There's os.getTerminalSize, which tells you, well, how big is the terminal right now? You may post a more refined sketch later. Oh, okay, yeah. There's something to figure out first. Oh yeah. As always, post when you're ready. I know art sketching stuff. Be very like, well, I mean, is it really done yet? Hey. So that's how I have a whole bunch of sketches sitting on my computer that aren't doing anything. They're just there. It's always, it's not quite done yet. And then you work on one specific detail for like an hour and you're like, oh, this sucks. Or that's what I do. I should probably work on a couple of those again. Mm. You can maybe post the one you have now. Oh yeah, I would be glad to see it. Glad, happy, words. It's all the same. You thought it would be fun to sketch in oh a sprite, even though the game will be in 3D low poly. Huh. I mean, yeah. No, yeah, that's fair. Having fun sketching helps stimulate the creativity. Yeah, yeah, it does. Definitely doing what feels good in the moment. Even if you can't like take the sketch and just apply it to a 3D character. Progress is progress. It doesn't like the best way to progress is the way that you enjoy the most for personal projects, at least, because otherwise I end up getting burnt out and then just getting bored of a project, being like, oh, I've worked 40 hours on this project and I have two things. Exactly, same here. Yeah. Oh, it's a key. Oh, it is key. My brain. Never mind, my bad. uh, yeah, just having fun with the personal projects, which is why I mean, I can show it. I have. So let me check that. I don't think I have anything in there. No, no. It's all the same shit. Okay, yeah. Just have to check on these things. Like I have a bunch of projects. I have an entire project called side projects, which is just all of the. What the fuck? Oh right. Why was I looking at that? Oh. Yeah, this is one of the. Well, this is test, which is just there in case I need something to, or need just an empty file to test stuff on. Uh, then we have like this, which is a project that I started, didn't finish, because it just wasn't interesting enough, and I didn't feel like it was actually relevant. Um, like you start the project, even if you don't finish the project, I still learned a bunch of stuff from it, like about how some NumPy stuff works, which was interesting. And so I didn't need to finish the project to still get something out of it. This pathing project, I do want to finish. I don't know if it's ever getting finished, because I definitely pushed a little too hard on that one. Pi archive, something I was working a little bit on my own. And then I learned stuff from it, and then said, it's fine. Loading sim, this is something that I haven't even started, but it's there because, I mean, it's like just kind of having something down. And I have a couple other ones. This one I did actually kind of get to finishing. It's not what I would consider the most complete product or the most complete tool, but it kind of works. It mostly works. Even the small steps get you closer. Yeah, exactly. Oh shit! The message before that. You gotta accept that failure is learning and completely okay. Mm-hmm. Like you can't. Like I was say that obviously like positive feedback is great, but like a program's not like okay, it's computer science. Uh, like when you're programming something, the program is gonna give you negative feedback or gonna give you positive feedback, and that's gonna be well, everything works together. It's great, and it just works, and that's fine. But it doesn't tell you very much. When something fails, it'll be like this line failed because you're a dumbass and forgot to put a something there that you needed, or whatever. Or this line failed because something happened that you weren't expecting. So now you need to go look at that and see why did that happen. Negative feedback gives you stuff. Semicolon moment. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I I swear, like some languages. Okay. So JavaScript, uh, being that language, it will accept semicolons, but doesn't always need semicolons. But sometimes it really wants semicolons, and it's very confusing. And then, like at least languages that tell you you need a semicolon everywhere. If you don't put a semicolon, it's like okay, well, I mean, I should have known. You put a semicolon there. JavaScript is like, well, you usually don't need a semicolon, but like sometimes we don't feel like it, and you do. Maybe that was just my editor. Maybe my editor, the editor that I was using is dumb. I never got really that much into JavaScript, but like the editor would always be like, yeah, nope, stupid, semicolon. Like, or it would be like, here's an error. It'd be like, okay, well, why? You think the two lines are on the same line. Okay, how? I don't know. It just does. It's like, okay, well, if I put a semicolon there, you're fine. Yep, fine. Nope, rhyme or reason. It's just sometimes you need it, sometimes you didn't. Uh, right, if with can't be zero. Then we use, do you need the math library? Like, I know you can import math dot seal. Self dot terminal. Shooter dot get terminal size. Terminal size. What do you return? I forget. You return a. You return a terminal. That's not helpful. Oh, it's a named tuple. It's just columns lines. Okay. Terminal size. What terminal size? Self dot term width equals terminal size dot columns. Self dot term height equals terminal size dot lines. Is it lines? Is it lines? Yes, it's lines. Otherwise it would complain. Does it tell you what type this is? Oh, it does. Wait, no, it doesn't. Incredibly difficult to figure out what I'm working on when you're watching on a phone. Actually, can I increase the text size? I don't know if I can. Let me see. 1 minute when I can do that. 2. Okay, fair. Give me just a sec then. Let's see. Appearance and behavior. I think it'll be in here. Appearance. Size. Size 20. That's not the size I was talking about. Okay, now you go back to being whatever, like 16. I'm talking. Okay, no, we were 13. 12. No, not really. I have to actually find it, but it's not bad. It doesn't matter enough. Let me change this to just 14. I'll just apply that. Is 14 fine? 14 is fine. About 15. I just have to move off of the screen because settings can contain some things that I don't want to have there. Let's see. Size. It's the editor then? General. Oh, yeah, that one. Actually, I can just change the size here. There we go. See. 16. Okay, should be a little better. Have I played any Zelda games? I have not. No. That with equals. I have watched Zelda games, but I have term with. I can believe that sentence. Yeah, no, I definitely like them. I think, or at least obviously from watching them from like watching a playthrough. But I don't usually buy games. Just in general. Your project is pretty ambitious. You plan to make it a Zelda type game, the same length. Oh, yeah, ambitious is right. You want to make small stuff first to learn? Yeah, that's definitely fair. Yeah, like especially with that, starting with something that's just tiny bit. I think smaller is not necessarily right scale, but something that's more one, like one thing. Because there's a lot of parts to Zelda, right? A lot of moving parts. You have you have like combat with like swords and stuff, and you have the environment, you have climbing, running. All of those are big things. So, um, see, the creative process, getting to explore everything is really cool. Like you were talking about, yeah, of course, writing down the ideas and sketching is something you can do now still when your brain is exploding with ideas. Yeah, exactly. Uh, but at least from personal experience, what I would recommend is that you start with something that is, even if it's like a big concept, it's one concept. The entire thing is just one kind of category. Because then that makes it much easier to test, I guess, and to work on. Because something that I have done in the past, I still do it a lot of the times, is you build a lot of everything, or like a little bit of everything, and then you test it to see if it works, and then it's all broken, and now you have to go and test it, but like with everything all together, which is a lot more difficult. You will have to implement a ton of ideas, systems and mechanics. I mean, yeah, yeah. You'll do simpler stuff and join game jams. Game, game jams, definitely um, a good choice, or a good idea, I guess. Just they they'll let you kind of get your ideas out there and get the feedback from them. I have never actually done like a game jam per se like that. Everything that I've done, um, I think I was in I did a hackathon once, which is basically they give you a problem and you're supposed to build something in a very short amount of time to solve it. I did not like that, mostly because my team sucked ass and they didn't build anything. Um, Obviously, I think game jams are longer term, right? I forget. I think that like they go over like a couple like a month or two. Oh, some are. Okay. Huh. Interesting. A few are just a week though. Ooh, that's a damn. I could never. It's a really short time to build anything. But you'll join month-long ones mostly. Yeah, that's fair. Definitely for something of that scale. At least I would expect that it takes longer. I can never really just work on a project for days and days in a row. That's something that I have to balance with personal projects. So I have obviously I can't show you it, but I have like a bunch of I have like 4 things that I'm working on right now. It's like every weekday I'm gonna choose a couple. Well, I have a bunch of free time now because I didn't take any summer courses. Um, for in summer quarter because I wanted to just work on personal projects like this. And so I have a bunch of free time. So I've scheduled it like every day, every weekday. I'm gonna work on this project for 1.5 hours. Um, or and then I'm gonna work on this thing for 1 hour. I'll work on this thing. Obviously, like I'm not gonna stick to those rigid time slots. But if I don't balance it, kind of like the honeymoon phase of projects. You just try to do everything at once. Like you work on it so much for days and days in a row, and then you get to a point where you're like, "This fucking sucks." Um, like a mentor of mine used to say that even though it feels good to be working on those projects just straight for a long time, even if it feels great for you, you're kind of hurting your brain during that. And so eventually your brain kind of gets fed up with you and it's like, no, fuck you. Stop it. I don't care. You get some dopamine, but this hurts. And that's when you feel like, oh, shit. I don't even want to touch this project with a 10-foot pole anymore. And so being like just balancing that is very, very important, especially for certain types of people who tend to be on the kind of like ideas and like bursting with ideas kind of side. where it's just like, I have so many things I want to do right now. And you end up doing a bunch of them, but it usually takes a toll somewhere, even if it's not in your health. Your brain learns that working on this project hurts, and eventually it's obviously probably not how it works, like actual whatever neurology, psychology shit. But that's what I find is a good way to think about, is that you strain yourself, and even if you don't feel the pain now, you feel it later, and when you feel it later, you don't have any of that dopamine from doing the project, and then you get burnt out, and then all of that comes back, and you're like, maybe I don't want to work on this project anymore. Even if you do, even if you feel very strongly about it, it doesn't kind of get there anymore, because then it becomes harder to start it. I do think that maybe it's fine once you actually start it, but it definitely becomes harder to start it, which, is a killer. If you don't start the project, you're not going to finish the project. Invalid. Less than or equal to 0. Term height less than. Oh, change the scene. Fuck. My bad. I haven't done anything, but or I've done a little bit. Yeah, we have terminal size here. We grab the width of the terminal. So that's like the space that we get. When we grab them, we separate how wide the terminal space is and how wide the terminal lines are. And then we check if for some reason the terminal width reports as being less than or equal to 0. I can't do stuff with that. That's not valid. I can't work with it. So terminal width is less than 0. It's an invalid terminal. Same with height. And then we're checking if the width that the user requests is greater than self.term width. And thank you for the thank you for the call out, Junia. I forgot. Self-determined with raise, value error. Invalid app with be less than. Because if the width is bigger than the terminal, I can't do that. Then if the When you do an enum file, that's not an enum like that, but import enum construction here. Unless enum dot. Oh, it's not an enum. It's a. This would be like a named tuple. Uh, Basically, what I want to store is what is our actual end width end up being, but what also is the math. So it's a term width. Because if the terminal gets resized, then I need to know what that is so that I can then. Oh yeah, warnings not warn. Because then I need to recalculate it, and so I need to know, well, was it a standard width or was it a term width, or was it a like a width from like a ratio of the total width, or was it a just automatic? So this is no one's. So we don't need enum up here. I guess it's import data classes. Is it a data class? Kind of. How many times with just gave you an idea? In for the words for a puzzle in your game. Ooh, hell yeah. See? Shadow, the bringer of all the ideas. Class. Should it be a data class or should it just be? Should just be a named tuple, right? Just a tools. Where's named tuple from? Um. We got an ad in 1 minute, by the way. I can show you this. We're looking for. I don't know if there's a way to resize the terminal. Where's named tuple from? Named tuple Python. What do you? Oh, collections named tuple. Wait. Oh my god. Oh, that's bad. I need a ad blocker on this browser. I swear, going on the internet today without an ad blocker is kind of crazy. Just how many ads there are. Because I have an ad blocker by default on my main browsers. So I don't see any of that. That's nuts. What would we see? We would see over subclass named tuple Python. Oh, typing named tuple. Oh, you prefer uBlock? Yeah, I can definitely see why. I used uBlock at one point. Oh shit, sorry, you might be in ads right now. What would be nice? Yeah, right, yeah. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, typing that name tuple just like that. Okay. That's fine. Can work with that. Switch this back. Import typing less. And no, not like this. It's just a folder. Yeah. The weird thing is that like it doesn't. Chunya, lunch soon. You're going in 20? Okay, well, I hope you have a good lunch. You'll be back though? Hell yeah. I always appreciate that. I hope your lunch is good. Eat good. Good food is good for health or some shit. I don't know. No, that's not true. So you can make food that tastes good and is good for you, but most of the food that tastes good is bad for your health, and most of the food that's good for your health, it tastes like shit. So it's not implemented. Class does not. I guess, I mean, then there's no reason in not letting people do that, I guess. Class. As I always say, dying is bad for your health. So, you know, eat food. Dynamic sizes. Oh, shit. Dynamic size. And this is where the enum would come in. Nope. Yes, import enum. Class. Enum. Dot enum. Or kind. Kind. Let me. So basically, instead of having people put in like different values in here directly to get different effects, they would make an object of this class, which would be a named tuple. So typing dot named tuple. It feels more complicated than it needs to be. I think we just sizes dot. So this is class times fixed typing the named tuple. Can the enum syntax be used like sometimes they can in other places? Python enum class. Named tuple. Uh, Rust stack. I don't even know if that's possible. I don't think anybody knows that Rust or any that thing, but it. I mean, if it works. Does it work? Yep, as long as it works. Look at this. Is this more prevalent? No. Oh. Name, salary. Huh. Fun. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, so usage. So if I, so what does a full class look like? I mean, that's basically exactly what I want. It's actually even better. Question is, where do I import stuff from? Do I just import it from module? Properties on a Venetian variant is also extremely straightforward. Just make sure the variant you're working on is Okay, yeah. Oh, no shit, that's really cool, actually. Actually, how would we even read that? Because it would read. Well, you don't have to put that in like a dictionary or something, right? There's no way you don't have to just like say this equals this. Yeah, like for example, like this. Makes this different? Well, because it's a string. But how? Oh, I assume they just copy and pasted. I assume that's an error. Because that's just not legal syntax in Python. Who knows though? But yeah, no, match case is pretty based. Okay, so then we're using this one. How do we import? It's lerspy. Um, install lerspy. I can just okay, and it's super lightweight. It is only itself. Import. Let's see what's out there. We have enum. No. Okay, what? What is imported from lerspy? Okay, well first let me just go check. Okay. Well there's nothing in lerspy. That's not good. Lib. lerspy. See what's in here. Okay. I think I probably need to. I mean, I guess I can just assume the only features you described. Let's say, okay, let's close this enum variant, enum meta. This is all internal stuff, so I'm not gonna touch that one. Enum example, print example. I put this in a. Oh, I don't know if you actually worked on this or we're done working on this, but this should be in a this file adding in all files in this directory. If name equals. I mean, I think they did it right. Oh shit, I didn't switch back. My bad. Sorry. Basically, I imported the library, but there's nothing there, which is not helpful. But this library is very simple, so I'm just going to look through and change some stuff. I think this person fully finish or wasn't like fully sure of what they're doing. Because this is bad. Example VA. Oh. Oh, now I am actually concerned. Variant A. Int name equals string. Variant B. It's on this file. Variant B is not defined. Variant A. Okay, so it was okay with variant B. Oh wait, no. Int, what's this? Just int, something like that. Oh. Oh, I just can't spell. Come on. Type slicing is not supported. Slice with ordered attributes. Okay, so this is for extra stuff. That's fine. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave that commented out. Yeah, I mean, like, got two. Oh, I think they were testing stuff. Yeah, don't push testing stuff. Don't do that. Don't push testing stuff to PyPy because now I have to figure out what the fuck is happening. What version did you install? I mean, it says you installed 1.0. I think that's what the code base probably looks like, but why does the pushed version look like this? I don't know about that. Bug tracker. Do you have a bug tracker? No, I mean, I don't think enough people use this code. Yeah. Is this what I saw? Okay, dist. What's in dist? Yeah. Oh, dist is just the stuff. There's also usually don't push these either. I don't know what's in the Tartuzi. License, readme. Yeah, no, this is mostly functional. I think it does what it needs to. I think I'm actually just gonna yoink that. Actually, I don't care enough. Fuck it. Turn off. Yeah. But I think then from how do you write init.py? It's import from lurs lurs by dot lurs import evar enum evar all enum evar. I think that's right. Fixed size, fixed, wait, no, not this, your example name, let me see if we can find it here. Oh, I fucking closed it. An idiot. Lurs by. There you go. Nope. Like that. What'd you say? It is foo equals. Okay. And so we do need to actually use. Wait. Oh. Right. Yes. So you need to be an enum. Okay. Yeah, it does work. But enum as. Enum. There's enum. Evar. Avar, actually, Avar is fine. because you do share a name with the actual enum. Equals uvar. If you're a fixed size, you get an int. Size equals an int. Ratio equals uvar. Ratio equals float int or float. And auto equals uvar nothing. You should all be together. Let's import from dot types. Nope. Don't have dot types import. Not those, you know, we need to import size kinds. Okay, I think we fixed that. Pi, we don't need that. Just times. Actually, can you handle that? I don't know if you can actually handle this. If name equals main. Okay, also, I don't know if I've ever explained this before. This block, if name equals main, is very important in Python development. Now, why is that? When I import something from, say, terminal app.types, oh, hey, look, this file. The way Python does importing is a little silly. Not really. It basically just runs the entire file. It runs the entire Python file that you're importing, and then says, okay, what things were made? These things? Okay. Now, which of them do you want? You want this one? Okay, I can do that. And then it puts that one in your namespace, or in your kind of, it's called the global dict. No, it's not a dict. It's a dictionary of basically everything that exists. And it says, okay, sure, I can't find this in your file, but I know where it's from, and I know exactly what it is. It's this. And it's from this file, and I know that because I ran this file. Also, thank you for the follow, Romanovlionids. I'm sorry if I butchered that. As always, if you want to tell me how you want me to pronounce it in chat, please do. I appreciate the follow though. Welcome in. Hope you enjoyed here. Interesting. Yes. Importing runs the entire file. This is a problem. Because if I put code in here that's supposed to only run when this file is run, that will run when I import something from this file. So for example, if I put a print statement, if I said like print hello, let's actually go to main. Okay, let's look at testbed. Yeah. So if we go to testbed and we say, okay, from name import shooter. And so I did this in main. What does this do? It prints this thing. Now, what is this thing? It's clearly not here. It's right here. The 11 comes from here. So where does this come from? It comes from this print line. How? Well, because we ran the entire file to figure out what shuta was. In this case, obviously, it's just the thing that I imported, but, you know, doesn't matter what it is. Python doesn't look at your file to see what the hell you want. It runs your file to see what you want. And you have to be mindful of that. So when you're writing Python code, this is just a general Python lesson, when you're writing Python code of any kind, everything that affects the state of the program past what you actually need for your library to function should never be outside of an if name equals main. Because if name equals main is a special kind of if statement, obviously. What the fuck are those double underscores doing? Well, they are metadata about the current file and what's running and all of like the current environment. They're metadata that gets switched up between the files as Python does the things that it does. And so if name equals main, actually, let's do that. Let's see if we can, well, let's print name. So if I run it from here, name is, well, main. Wow. If I run it from here, name is not underscore underscore main. It is normal main. Now let's do this backwards. We say print name. And I say from test bed import for something. What'll it print? Test bed. Sorry about that. If the file that is running this code is the main, what's called the entry point for the Python process, its name is set to this double underscore main double underscore. If it's not, it's set to its module name. The module name being this thing, the thing that you title it. Some languages will have you explicitly set the module name. Python says, fuck it, you name the file what you want it to be called. And so this is just your module name. And so what does that mean? If name equals main only evaluates to true, this only works if the current running file is the actual, like, the thing that I ran. When I press run on here, if name equals main is true. Any other time, when this is an imported file, it's false. That's why this is important for code like this, where I'm going to test and see if this works, and I might keep some stuff there to be like, well, this is how you're supposed to do it, or here's an example of how you could do it, and here's some of the cool features and stuff. That I've seen is a pretty common thing to put in if name equals main, especially for smaller projects that don't have their own like documentation website and everything. For those kind of things, just putting it right here is usually fine. But this, obviously, this is just for a test. Obviously, I'm gonna probably delete all of this. Dot ratio of 2. Dot ratio of 0.3. Oh, why did you? Hmm, that's. But the. But why did you think this was the types? No, stop it. Stop it. Uh, yeah, you should be forced to import this from elsewhere. Like forced to import it through terminal app.types. Why were you allowed to just ask for type? Because types was already initialized. Oh, I'm a dumb. Hmm. Actually, even then, is this ever fine? If terminal app dot types import. Actually, just import the entire app. Import the module. Let me look at terminal apps dot type. Let me put this in here. Are you ever allowed to run? Because see, this would be a. Oh, my bad. Wait, no, wait. What? Zero ordered arguments got one. Oh. Uh, size equals. Size equals. Okay, man. No, but you are. Uh, okay, so maybe you're not. Ratio. Ratio. Also, so it. So the library itself is also barely working, but it should work correctly. It is good enough. And yes, both of these do work. What happens if I say hello? Main. Yeah, main. Expected type union, got string hello. Okay, well, union, it's not quite what I want to see, but it understands it. I guess because this produces its own type, right? Yeah, because you get union int float. If I print this, if I get rid of this, and I put this back in a if name. I guess, well, if name equals main doesn't even work because it just dies. But print this, you get, yeah, dot, or type of typing dot union, yeah. Okay. So it does understand this, and it does enforce typing. Enforcing typing is the important bit, because then I can't, put in bad data. I probably need to do a little bit of patching up on the lures, and I definitely need to include my own. Like, if I actually ever send this, I need to make sure that I include my own port of lures, because it wasn't functional, essentially, even if it was just barely bad. Um, oh, wait, what? When do you use this? Oh, you use this a lot. Okay, well, I mean, there's a better way to do this now, so we're gonna. Yeah, there's a lot of things where I'm probably just gonna overhaul it. Different thing, different day. We'll put that on the to-do list. I don't have a fucking to-do list. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Give me a new file to do. Oh wait, no, I do have design. Wait, I have interfaces and all of this stuff. Nope. Make terminal class basics. Fuck. I want a symbol. We use this for high priority, this for question. Actually, I haven't thought about this. There's no fucking down arrow. Hello. Terminal class. Make. So let's figure this out for the last. Yeah. 20 minutes or so. Then we'll be doing this, and then we'll switch to LeetCode. Make terminal class basics. Did we work on the terminal class all that much? No. Sucks. But we learned some things. We figured some things out. I'm gonna actually do this. Just justify times where's enum. Wait. H justify kinds. Round equals int. Next ratio. var ratio equals int or float. H just times center equals var left equals var left right equals var plus v just times v just those enum top equals var bottom equals var center equals var From for size kinds h just kinds just h h and then v just kinds. H just kinds equals H just kinds dot left. No, V just kinds. V just kinds dot top. And then the last one is keep shape, which wait, we have squeeze. And again, we'll just put that again in types, but this time this will be the actual enum. Enum. Oops. Not there's enum. So what if we renamed this to part enum for enum. Hi, Chunya. We are going to be wrapping up with dev in a bit, and then we're going to switch to leetcode. I forgot the word for just a sec. And yeah, I just want to finish this. I want to just kind of look into the future and see to-do list stuff. What do we think we want to do, right? Factor slash right blurs pi factor. Usable. What is leetcode? LeetCode is a website that has a bunch of coding challenges on it. Like easy, it has easy, medium, hard. It covers a bunch of topics. It's really good for practicing coding stuff. Like for example, there'll be stuff on like how do you implement this algorithm, and then ask you to optimize it. It's like, well, can you do it faster? Could you do it using? I think there's less memory. I don't know for sure. I think it's can you do it? Can you do it faster? Just always can you do it faster, faster, faster? Can you do it more efficiently? How many rounds do you have to make, for example? Maybe that could help you too. It might. It's interesting. I've never really liked. I tried LitCode once, barely. I've never really tried it in depth. But I have used other platforms that do that kind of stuff, and those they never worked well for me. They were just always like keep shape times as as when you get to your code training segment. Maybe. I do think it can be useful, but it's a lot better at helping you brush up on topics than necessarily teaching you. At least that's what I found. Uh, Using like other platforms like LeetCode. I use LeetCode a tiny bit. But it was just the same kind of idea. It's like, here's a problem, solve it. Doesn't really teach you how to solve the problem, unless you pay for it, obviously. Um, I think even when you pay for it, then it's like, nah. And it usually gives you the solution straight off the, like, if you look at like community solutions, they're usually the solution and then an explanation of why it works, which I don't like. I don't like as a way to learn as seeing the solution first. I much prefer learning the general concept as a whole and then looking at this problem and then trying to solve it using the general concept. Then trying my best, either failing or succeeding, and then seeing a solution and being like, okay, well, how did I compare? Obviously, I'm not string enum. Let me just use string enum. So yeah, like I would say using LeetCode for learning is probably not the best, but it's definitely good to like kind of brush up on topics and see, do I actually know this thing as well as I think I do? No, no, I haven't used this in forever, and I've completely forgotten how to do it. That happened with binary search. I learned binary search. I knew how to do it, and then I just forgot. It was just gone. And then it was brought up during another computer science class, and I'm like, wait, fuck, how do you do binary search? Do I remember now? A little bit, a little bit. String enum. Auto. Oh yeah, no, that's a better way to do this. Var enum. Auto. Auto. Var. Auto enum. Wait, no, var has auto var. Keep ship kind, it is squeeze auto var error equals, wait, no, error, you can't do that. Sorry, let me read the other chat messages. Get back to this. When you get to your code trading segment, you're gonna do mostly creative stuff, then eventually practice basics of getting into engines and making basic mechanics. Then you'll do actual game that uses your bigger creative ideas. Yeah, yeah, no, I definitely think. Okay, sorry, words. I think that's a good way to do it. Practicing the small things first before you eventually get to the big things. I feel like that's the best way to learn a lot of things. Just you learn the big, broad concepts. Then you see a little bit of like, well, here's how you could use this big concept to solve this problem. And then you try to solve another similar problem using the big concept on your own. Then you compare, and yay, you've learned the big thing. You've learned how you actually use it. And you've learned oh well, did I actually learn how it works on a deeper level? You're very aware of how ambitious you're being. It'll be incredibly challenging. I think it's definitely good to be aware of that. I think it's also good to. I think that sometimes, at least for me, when I think about stuff like that, sometimes I can get into. Yeah, there's no way I'm good enough to actually accomplish all of that. Which obviously is understandable when you take on a really big project. You look at it and you're like, oh, wow, I'm really excited about it. But goddamn, that's a lot. There's no way I know enough to actually do that. Or like I can actually do that. It's like, well, sure, maybe you don't know enough now. But over time it will get easier and better. Can I actually space these nicer. Sure, maybe. I don't think this is the ideal way to space it. I don't think you're supposed to do it like that. It looks bad. Did you take away my snoozes? I'm so confused. Okay. Sorry, there's some ads in 5 minutes. And Twitch has been doing this recently where it'll be suddenly like, yeah, you have no ad snoozes. But it's like, where? From when? Because I didn't use any. Where'd it go? Usually you can snooze an ad 3 times for 5 minutes. You're not scared, you haven't had many dreams in life, but this one's lasted 16 years and you don't want to be afraid anymore? I'm proud of you. I'm proud that you're taking the first steps, or that you're taking steps to actually get it done. Sometimes we can get stuck in ideas, but getting out of that and back into the realm of, well, shit, let's do it now. I think that's a great mindset to have. Squeeze, force over. No, wait, no, not auto-var, it's auto-enum. Auto-enum. Oh. Actually, let's just use var. Yeah, no. var. You're great at helping and inspiring others, and you're learning to help yourself too. Hell yeah. That is a big part of it, or it can be. I definitely know that feeling. It's like, well, I know how to help other people do things, and then for me, I end up getting nothing done. It's like, well, that was probably not the thing that I wanted. Let me look at drafting. Just keep shape. Right. Squeeze clip error. None. Just nothing. Okay. How would it mean? Why not tell yourself the same things you tell the ones you love? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But hell yeah. That is... Fuck, I lost the words. More coffee. Enforce, error. For example, if I set this to runtime error. Oh, no, you're allowed to. Okay. I think you're not allowed to set it to none. Squeeze, flip, auto enum, and then don't. Nothing equals terminal. We're going to put that right there. Dot squeeze. And we have ad break in 10 seconds. I think after this ad break, we're probably just gonna well, we'll finish the to-do list and then we'll switch over to LeetCode. I'm gonna be working on the to-do list during the ads. I'll kind of explain what I've done when people come back. Don't worry about missing stuff, and I will see you all in a bit. McDermott class. For those of you who aren't second ads, congrats. We are. Do I want to work on item stuff first? Okay, I want to do that just so I actually can see the things that are important. I think you can also probably do it using like bold, but that's code. Actually, I don't think I've looked at what the markdown syntax looks like with Stream before. Might be fun. I want the item ABC probably next. If I had to guess, that's probably the best. Make item ABC. Class. Make ABC class. C equals okay. That's not how you spell the word. I know. No, not that. It's not what I'm looking for. Options. Rename to currency. There. Yeah, just a little bit behind the scenes. The reason we use string enum is mostly because it looks easier. It's easier to make sense of when you print it. Welcome back, everybody. And we said we were going to work on the to-do. I just want to add this thing before we go. We were going to add a concurrency. It's not actually, obviously, we're just adding the type. And so we're going to use concurrency shape dot this. We just yeah, no. Keep shape kinds. Please. Yeah, kinds just use concurrency. Oh wait, no, this can't be a string enum. This has to be a var enum on equals var. Single. thread you are where do I play the music from? It's just from YouTube. Engine thread. Do we need anything else there? Zelda music? Ah, fuck it. Nintendo's not. Or this video is not getting saved anywhere. Or the music doesn't get saved. The music is split. So if you do end up listening to the VODs, you aren't gonna hear any of the music. Sure. I know I did. I think I play. Is it like Wii Sports Resort music? Because I know people use that, and it's actually fine in videos. I don't know how bad Nintendo gets with like other music. Can't be that bad. Zelda OST. Not highest OST. Zelda Platform? Uh, it's quiet as hell. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, it's kind of quiet, but not quite that quiet. It might get kind of loud. We'll see. Let me see. Engine threads. Thank you. Of course. It should still limit itself, right? I think. Um, it's like a limit on it. I think the limit should go down to like roughly. Okay. Engine thread, and then thread count threads equals int. Um, I mean, I guess because this is not free threaded, there really isn't a point to having multi-threading. Well, I mean, there is kind of that they run independently, so it's you separate the workload, but there's no point to having actually full workloads or full what's it called, full like full concurrency where you have a bunch of threads because they don't actually get to use a bunch of OS threads because your OS has okay wait no actually I'm not even gonna get into that right now because it's a um it's long cooperative because No. Off equals var. Could we even do cooperative? No. So. Yeah, instant will import currency kinds. Whoa, would you look at that? Same idea. Keep shape kinds, concurrency kinds. Oh wait, no, actually, never mind. This is not thread safe. Never mind. There is no concurrency. I do want to add concurrency eventually, but no. Making wait, no, it is element ABC. Bed. Interfaces, handler, means the abstract, element ABC, group ABC. What the fuck to do? Right. Off or out. ABC make element ABC class basics. Make terminal spacing. And it's add, remove, make group ABC class, remove, not modeling, what's it called? Layout. Layout stuff, I guess. Yeah. So first we're just gonna make static elements. So the next thing, I hate that it does that. Make text class, make label group class, because these are both static. These aren't going to be done here because I still have to figure out how we're going to do spacing. But we can do that with this. So we'll make a... Should be a group ABC class or just a group? Because it should just be a group. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, this music slaps. I do like Zelda music. Make group class. It's beautiful? Yeah, it is. I'll make static. Actually, no, it's important to this. Might as well just make layout Sizing engine. Class basics. Sizing engine. Updater. And then more stuff into the future. I think that's a good kind of good enough that this will take us a while. So I'm not even going to look farther than that. Okay, so we are going to be done with the dev portion of the stream. We are now going to be working on some LeetCode stuff. Let me go open LeetCode first. LeetCode. LeetCode.com. I might have to log in. I don't think so, though. No. What is the limiter? You can go that. Okay. Okay. Nope. Okay. Okay. So, LeetCode. Let's look at some problems. I think we start with a very easy problem. Probably. What is this? Give an array of integers. Nums. And an integer target. Return indices of the two numbers such that they will add up to target. Oh, C++. Ugh. Do want to listen. Okay, so we'll try it in Python first. List int. Is list capitalized? Okay. Okay, so there's. Oh, your game. Sorry, I didn't see that message. Chunya, your game is gonna have a music mechanic too. Oh, well, hell yeah. Music is coded in games. Just it helps. Well, it adds to the game as a whole. I think sometimes. Oh, there's definitely been games where music is a big part of the reason I've ended up playing it. Also, I just noticed. What is this abomination? Why does your solution class? What is your solution subclass object? But why though? You don't need to do that. Why does it do that? Okay, well, let's not get focused on that. Okay, so the naive solution. Def naive nums self nums target. Are these ordered? They're not ordered. Can it be negative? Nums of I can be negative, yeah. Oh. I mean, I guess it's still the same conditions apply, but we'll see. This is definitely not a good way to do it, but it's a way that'll work. So basically, what we're going to do is we're going to look at nums, and we're going to see, well, does each element work with any other element? For I in a range, and then for I in range len nums. Num1 I can enumerate nums for num2 j in enumerate nums and nums equals enumerate. Oh wait, no, this returns a generator. Never mind. Let's see. So if num1 plus num2 equals target, return I j. Print, no, turn naive nums targets self.naive. Run. This is long. Fuck, what? Output, no. Enumerate, nums of I further. I onwards. That's one. A bit better, but let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, we can't use the debugger. That's fine. Huh. So why? Like this, I just actually just do like this. It's still wrong, but why? Print. Okay. Oh, I am an idiot. I chain them to. There we go. What the fuck? Oh, I plus one. Until -1. -1. Oh. Sorry. No? How though? How did we get 0 again? It should only be allowed to go onwards from nums. and ij. That's gonna be a lot, but it's yes, I is 0. And so nums of I plus 1 is 1 and onwards. What? Oh, j plus 1. Oh, j plus I. All right, I forgot. Happy? No. J plus I plus 1. There we go. Passed. What the fuck you mean runtime 0 milliseconds? It should be so slow. It should be so bad. Oh, this is dumb. A slightly better way to do it. Actually, don't. Well, it's, I mean, how much better is it? It's better because you split the array. You split the list in essentially less than half your target and greater than half your targets. Def better nums target, and let's see. And I can run Python code on my own. Let me switch to misproject. So let's look at side projects just for now. Python file. Oh, no, not Python file. Directory. New directory. Lead code. Okay. Here. We're gonna look at it in here. Directory. Do some. So there, that's what it's called. Yes. Python file. This is the test stuff file. This is the solution.py. Like no, import init def test one is what? Nums def solution nums target. Yep, pass. Do something. Solution. that one nums equals is it like that? Target equals 9. Correct. Oh shit, this is just what PyTest, isn't it? For or PyTest, I think that's what it's called. Unit test. Let's learn something. PyTest. Let me look. We're looking at stuff. What? Yeah, but like, what if I want to do it better? I feel like there's like a more unit test is fine, but no, stop. Do you have a dark mode? Okay. Okay, like high test is Okay, so no, using PyTest is better. Wow. Uh, condition framework hypothesis. Subtests. You know, to use parameterize. Words. What's that mean? Allows one to find multiple sets of arguments and fixtures at the test function or class. Yes, I know we said we were going to be doing leetcode, and that's what we are supposed to be doing. But fuck it, we're gonna learn something. You know, at least to just kind of know how this works in the future. As expected. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Test. Test function. Import PyTest. 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 Which I then need to put from here. Pip install PyTest. Do that. Sure, upgrade pip. Do that. Stop. Mark. Dot. Parameterize. Pirate. Correct. Target expected. Nums target expected is 0, 1. Right? Yes. 1. And wait, no, it's this, this. So it's like this. You can't see stuff window. No, switch back to here. 1, 2. And then last one is this, just this. Can I have it name stuff? Nope, sorry. My bad. Oh. No. But we then can test whether, essentially we'll test whether it actually, or how well it works on large numbers. Can PyTest handle just kind of reporting information? Conference progress output uses U both for passed and failed subtests. See the short test summary for each failed subtest. The test failures are reported as sub-fails reported first, and the top level test is reported at the end of the time. No. Listed on the logger. However, as a convenience, is also possible to set through. If you need to record the whole test, we can calls to file. I just need to know how to log stuff that PyTest will actually have. And I guess there's just import the logging module. Import logging. Insert solution. Equals expected. Hi, SCB. Welcome in. You've gotten into making your own logging system? Okay, hell yeah. That sounds like a lot of it sounds like a lot of project. Well, I guess how's it going then? Test time. because you want to be able to take one message and log it in different ways in different places, and you don't really feel like searching for if anything provides that capability with the flexibility that you want. No, that's fair. If I log it differently in different places, you mean like log it to like a file and the console and some other stuff, and you want that all to be formatted slightly differently? I assume that's what you mean. Um, how do you? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Statement equals cert equals assert solution of target expected. So you set a globals setup pass timer part counter number it's a big number. It's a million. Globals. So we'll set globals equals solution. Okay, so what is the setup? Oh. Okay, there we go. To the console, it gets formatted one way, and to a file, it gets formatted another way. And you want plugins to be able to maybe set up their own logging destinations with their own formats for the log entry. Oh. Yeah, I can see why that's probably not something you'll just find. Okay, hell yeah. Well, how's it going so far? And I guess how's your day been, since I don't think I asked. Uh, we want this. Okay. So we want random. 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 It's pretty much done. You're just replacing every print statement, modifying the exception handling. Okay, damn. Your day's been going well so far. It's only 6:53 a.m. Well, hopefully the rest of the day goes well. And yeah, damn, that's a big project to just finish. You think you're gonna publish it anywhere? Like, I assume Python? Maybe not though. I don't know. Obviously, if it's Python, then you can put it on PyPy. If it's not, I have no idea what other languages use. I'm sure they have their own distribution somewhere, right? Also, thank you for the follow, Simu Kisero. Uh, I'm sorry if I butchered that. If you want to correct me in chat, please do so. And your day's been going well so far? Oh, wait, no, I already read that. Yeah. Setup. We have what? Random target equals random dot randint. I guess. It's currently part of your Twitch bot. Oh, but you built it completely detached and you could split it out into its own Git repo and submodular backend. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. That's cool as hell. I mean, yeah, if you do put it anywhere, please tell me. I would actually really be down to um, look at it and test it out and use it. Logging is one of those things where it's like, I could do it the right way, but fuck it, leave me and my print statements alone. I'll just print everything to the console. It's probably fine. And if I need to print anything to a file, it's just with open, put in file, and close it. It's done. It's fine. It's good enough. Why would I do it the way you're supposed to? That's too much effort. Targets. Oh, actually, no, this is horrible. Never mind. Like, what if? I guess in theory, it's not the end of the world. But I. Wait, target equals. Oh. And then. Actually, I don't know how to test the time. We can probably just do the same thing over and over again, right? Just test it on these three over and over. So we're going to be going into an ad break. I will make sure to cover everything I did when people come back. Oh, damn. Also, thank you for the follow, Lazy Schemer? Lazy Schemer. I can read words. Shit, you might be Ned's. I will say that when we get back. No, I don't see that. Let's see if it is. Okay, so if I do want to test the time, I guess it would just be just test time. Okay, no, def solutions equals empty. Wait, no, why def solutions? It should just be solutions. at pytest dot mark dot random tries. We're gonna have num solution solutions. It's the same idea, but instead now you'll do it a lot more. Wait, what? Like that. Time it dot. Time it statement is. So this is how we'll do this. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. And Lazy Schemer, thank you for the follow. Sorry I didn't see that earlier. Yeah. I basically made it so that you can have multiple types of solutions. That's it. Nothing big. It just tries each solution, or this one will try each solution. And this one will try each solution. Same thing. It's just copy paste. But this one will not put this in a statement. So that solution of nums. Wait, no. Search solution of nums. Target. Target, and then we just set the globals, right? So globals, I think we really need the expected, but it's fine. Actually, we might as well just do that inline. Globals, right there. Solution. Nums. Target. And say, how do you set the number of times that it does it? Number equals, I don't know, 1,000. Logging dot log. Oh. Maybe like that. Okay. Equals. message, and then level is, don't worry about it, it's fine, probably. I mean, there's no test. Def naive. I don't know if there's a better way to do it, but this is, I guess, technically what you would call a naive solution, so. So now we're back to the LeetCode stuff. Yay. It's this. Put naive on here. Right, one positional argument level. What? I don't know. You know, like that, like this. No. Yeah, warnings. Warn. Time s equals like that. Yeah, that's dumb. Let's do it all in line. No use writing idiomatic Python because it's a pain. So, like this. Warnings out one. Okay, what do we get? What do we want to put here? I guess we put f solution dot name. Nums equals char equals expected equals expected. That's seconds. Oh, can I see the actual console? I think that's there. Notes. Music. So let's get something more energetic. Something there. I don't know. We'll see. Warnings. Imports. Why? How do I? Wait, what? How do I get it to? Okay. Please value error. I mean, let's say the test didn't pass. It did. Okay, so basically what we do is we copy this a second time. And instead, now we test the time. Oh, it has automatic rerun. Oh, that's why. No, and instead of doing this, we do this. Uh-huh. And then we at pytest dot mark dot exfil. How long it take? Go up to 1,000,000? Yes, potentially. Maybe not 1,000,000. 1,000,000 might be too much. But now it took an amount of time. Actually, a lot amount of time. So you got like something like that. Yeah, it'll happen almost instantaneously. Okay, so then another solution is if later nums targets and sorted nums equals sorted nums. I in range nums Addition. Zero. Target was greater than sorted nums. S num in enumerate sorted nums. S num. Target divided by 2. So we're at 4. Split 1 plus. Plus 1 is greater than this. 1 split 2 plus equals I. And then we break. I know. 0, so then split 1 plus. Okay, so then 4 split 1 position, and it's the same thing, but it's I think a little more efficient because we're using this. Splitter. No. Just go. Oh. Oh, 3 tests failed. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh. Hmm. Okay, which just failed test function. So basically all of the splitter ones. Okay, so why? Why did you fail? Yeah, well, yeah, duh, I know. Click to see the difference. It's not helpful. Um, if, close men um wait, no, splitter of two things equals that, which it does not. Okay, so now we have a printing. Print. Basically just these two. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. It's like this. Split one. Print this. And then this one. What? What's the target? 9? Target divided. Okay, 1. These should be sorted nums. That's my bad. 2. How did we get split 2 to equals 0? Welcome in, lazy schemer. Print sorted nums 2. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Print sorted nums. It should sort. Yeah, it does sort that way. Why? Wait, no. It's this. And we're gonna print I. Yeah, no. We need this to stop. Okay, none. Because if split is not none, and then split 1, split 2, if split 2 is not 10, and well, I mean that can happen, but it's say this. What the fuck? So 4.5. L. Oh, like this. Like this. I mean to print sorted nums instead of nums. Uh, yeah. I mean, it still shouldn't matter because this one is sorted already by default. Um, but okay, now why? Now what are we doing? Split one is the bottom half. No, so this should be split one. Should be split two. How do we get? Oh, is none. Okay, is none. Oh, because it kept resetting itself. Oh, I'm done. Yeah, I mean, like, technically it work, but, like, this is actually supposed to work better. One test failed. Oh, no. Hmm. Okay, well, stop. I'm going to then... Yeah, no, you're missing the return statement. Okay, switch test failed. Yes. No, this one is just... Wait, what? Okay, now I'm confused. What do you get? You get this one. So let's just copy this solution and see what it looks like when we run it. Actually. Okay. Sorry, other way? Yeah, no, I have nums right here. So I think I already know what nums looks like. Obviously apparently I know like the back number should be weird print. Just this. Same stuff as before. We would um what's target? Target is 6? Oh, yeah, 2. Split 2. Split 1. It's basically just to sort the array and split it in half. Because if you're adding up to some target number, that target can only be made of either two numbers that are half, or one number that is less than half, and one number that is more than half. So you split it at the halfway point. Roughly, there's you actually overlap on the half. Oh, which is why this is actually fucked. Hmm. max split 2I. Whichever one is bigger. And then we have j plus max split 2I. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, okay. So split 2 is just not being set. How? The target is 6. Oh. It's less than or equal to. Yes. I think. Wait, no. This needs to be less than. This needs to be less than or equal to. I think. I guess, like, essentially we could do, like, plus 0.1. And keep this as less than. If the target is really big, then the two numbers that sum to the target are both in the right half. Well, no, because still one has to be smaller than half the number, right? Because you're summing up to, like, I don't know, like 2 billion. Either you have 1 billion plus 1 billion, or you have one number that's smaller than 1 billion and one number that's bigger than 1 billion. So that's kind of what the splitter does. The splitter just says, well, I mean, there's no point in checking 1 and 1 if I'm trying to add up to 23. There's no way 1 plus 1 can be 23, so just skip all of that. I think this is... if target divided by 2 is less than s num break. So this one we're going to drag along. So this one will say equal plus 1. Then we can break. Uh-huh. Okay. So you split right there, which is exactly what we want. Yeah. So what this does, that's why we have 2 splits, is that split 1, wait, shit. No, this is exactly why we did it. It's the other way. This should be split 1. It should be split 2. It's that split 1 stops before any equals. Does it? Am I an idiot? If we look at 3. Nope. Am I dumb? Yes. Yes, I am. Because once we reach 1, if this should be reversed. This should stop, and that shouldn't drag. Whereas this is supposed to drag all the way down till we reach the break. And then this one will be, so end right before we reach splits. Not right before. Fuck, I confused myself. I hurt myself in confusion. Let's see. What am I thinking of? Not a lot. My brain's fried. If we have hit the targets, else split 2 equals when comes +1. Wait, no, -1. No, just like that. You stop on the first number. So if I have a number like, so if I have, let's say, 2, 3, 3, 4, what happens? Split 1 is none. Yes. Is less than or equal to 2. No. So less than or equal to 3. Yes. Okay. Are we less than or equal to 2? Are we less than 2? No. Are we less than 3? No. Are we less than 3? No. Are we less than 4? Yes. Now if we don't have a 4 at the end, then we set split 2 at the end. Yeah, that I think is better. I think that's what I meant with, and now we just have a little bit of wiggle room because we don't want to check the same number we checked for I. Max split 1 I +1. I know. +1. Uh-huh. Yeah, there we go. Equals this. Search salt equals this. We can print salt. Print salt. How do we get 3? What is split 2? Oh, split 1. Okay. Wait, how's that wrong? Oh, because it's in fucking sorted. I'm an idiot. Hmm. Yeah, once the indices of the original, right? I know there's a way to do this. Well, there's using NumPy, obviously. Yeah, this method might be fucked. I guess there's always the just pair the elements, their original indices. Sorted list enumerate nums key equals lambda x dot or x of 1. Sure. Yeah, actually. Yeah, my first idea is to pair them up. But obviously it's not the best idea. Just that it kind of works. Can you do it like this? Does this work? This is not like if you do that. You might not like if you do that. Wait, no. OI is here. This is how unpacking works, right? I think. OI2. OI2. Y. Maybe. Yeah, it works. Okay. Technically. Okay. Is it good? No. I can tell because it took fucking forever. Oh. Oh, dear God. That's not good. So clearly this method is ass. No, it's not an infinite loop. It's that I have it on a time it for a long time. Which is the point. But that's really bad. Okay, I'm gonna stop it, chill. Just do it. Do it 100,000 times. Okay, yeah. No, this method sucks. I'm sure it's okay for longer ones. I want to see a different method. This is the last method I can think of. This is the state machine. It's basically same idea. You split it, or you do this. So I'm just gonna copy all of this. But instead of splitting it, you just walk back. So I equals 0. J equals len nums minus 1. Oh, you think it might be easier if you link your solution? See how you did the indices? Sure. I don't think the stream chat will allow indices or indices. Fuck. Yeah, I won't allow links. You can whispers them to me, the Twitch whispers thing. Because I have links off in chat, and then I can look at that from there. Because basically it guarantees that there is a solution. So the idea is while I is less than j, which would be all the time, but like just in case. Okay, let me look at that. Uh, oh, at I for I in range n. Yeah. Oh, actually, hell yeah, that's pretty crazy. No, but that makes sense. Yeah. Then there's this one, which was it was kind of the same idea, or at least that was the plan. I do know what you did. It's not the same idea as what I was gonna do. So yeah, no. Because my idea was that you have I, and if you know that I, um, what's it? You drop J down. I guess it is basically the same thing. Basically, you walk J back. So instead of looping as many times, because it is sorted, you have what's it called? Bisect, insorting and stuff. But basically, we just walk the array back until it found one that's less than I minus, less than or equal to. If I of what's nums of I? No, sorted nums. Sorted. Yeah, yeah, no, that makes sense. Is there a point to pairing them? Not really, actually. I mean, it is in essence the same thing. Maybe not that. And yeah, no, it would just be if mm, diff diff it target minus this. Well, hold of one. Yeah, no, that's definitely smarter than whatever the fuck I'm doing. But I think this works. Certain numbers j of 1 is greater than diff j minus equals 1. Yeah. Else, I think, yeah, else still works for a while. But then if sorted nums of, yeah, and then this is basically just the same. I plus sorted nums of j 1 equals target, turn uh, 0 and put a comma in between. Okay, I got there eventually. No, I should have thought of that earlier. I'm not the most. I'm not always the most creative when it comes to these kind of like algorithms. Damn, I thought we would get more LeetCode done today, but I guess we did look at a bunch of fucking testing testing stuff. So it's okay. I'll take it. Because I do want to end stream soon. Because I gotta go to bed, and I do want to stream again tonight, which might not be smart. But I'm not always a smart man, so it's fine. I just want to get back into the regular schedule. We had a fucking massive hiccup and delay and shit. I don't want to do that again. That was a pain to deal with, and I did like having a stream on Monday, stream on Wednesday, stream on Friday or Saturday, and then rest on Sunday. And we're back. That was the goal until it all got fucked. Otherwise, this is what I plus equals 1. Well, humans. Oh wait, no. I diff equals target minus diff. No, stop. This should be diff2 diff1. Doesn't matter. No. Do I care? Yes. This one. It was less than diff. What? Less than diff. Diff2. I plus equals 1. Which I think is probably, I mean, it is in essence the same thing as your solution schemer, but I can't think of a better one. And I mean, like, I don't think there's. Okay, I didn't think of this until what, we were like 2 hours into this problem, so I'm not even gonna look for a better solution. Fuck, not that. This. There we go. Okay, 9 tests passed. Yeah, solution's ass. Oh, that's so bad. Yeah, it's better. What the fuck is my splitter? Oh, the splitter. No. No, I worked so hard on that one. Okay. Let's see. It's state machine is obviously the better one. I'm curious how much. What is the? It's cooling timing it. Yeah. No, I did want to have a way to actually see how long it would take for, some of the smaller. Obviously, I'm just repeating the same small things over and over again, so it doesn't show like, time complexity and shit. Right. Oh, that's why. That's See, that makes so much more sense. I was just talking about like, why the fuck? Why the fuck is your solution class subclassing object? Because it's Python 2, and Python 2 is funky. Never mind. I'm dumb. Sandy check. It works. Okay. Submit. Wow. 4 milliseconds. Why is it any different? I don't know. But apparently it is. Okay. So that's one leetcode. Call that good. We got ads. Oh, if it's a small difference, it's just server difference. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Well, let me switch this back to Python. Not that PyCharm. Come on. Okay. I'm gonna wait for ads to finish, and then we will end it there. Like, how long does it actually say it took? It took what? Okay, it's not bad. Uh, oh, oh wait, no. Do you still have the Oh, you're still printing stuff. Okay, well that's definitely not helpful. It's not. It's not where the time comes from, but we would. Never mind. My splitter isn't ass. It's kind of okay. It's just printing is apparently super fucking expensive. Why? Why is printing so expensive? I don't know, but it is. Um, yeah, I think my splitter is still by far worse. Well, it's obviously worse than this. The state. Oh, because it does I/O. That makes sense. Because it has to communicate with other things that are not in process. Big brain moment. maybe if your code doesn't try to print what was it 20,000 things, it runs faster. Wow. Okay. That explains at least why it was taking like 3 seconds for this to run. Like, it's not good, but it's not that bad. Anyways. Yeah, not yet. So, that is going to be it for today. I actually had a lot of fun with LeetCode. Actually just, well, I mean, like, working through the problem was super fun. So we're going to be doing more of that. Next stream is either tonight, same time as usual, 12 p.m. PST. It's usually more like 1 or 12 a.m. PST, usually more like 1 a.m. because time is hard. If I don't feel good enough to do that, I'm just gonna skip Monday stream. We'll go straight to Wednesday. What else? Socials. I have them. I use them sometimes. Discords. That's announcements, live alerts, and if you want to communicate out of stream, you can do that there. I might renovate that sometime. VODs are on YouTube. This VOD will be up by the end of today, probably. Yeah, Twitter. I have a Twitter. I post stuff on there sometimes. It's usually, well, it's only been like, hey, I'm gonna go live in 30 minutes or an hour and stuff. So those kind of things, you can go like that on Twitter. But I don't know, like, go click the buttons, boost the algorithm and stuff. Yeah. If you weren't here for it, I will post an announcement in the Discord about the Science Sunday and what's going to happen to it. Next topic, when it's going to be, or filling it. What I want to try filling it in with, all of that stuff. So I'm going to put an announcement about that in the Discord and maybe on Twitter. So yeah, I think I said all the things. Yes. Is there anything else? No. I'm a professional. Remember, take care of yourselves. Dying is, in fact, bad for your health. And I'm going to see if we can find someone to raid. This. Yeah, sure, why not? You know. Okay. Want to raid someone? They're doing game dev stuff right now. I've interacted with them a little bit, not that much. So we'll see how it goes. Be nice. Right, the stuff. Yeah. I think I said it. Remember, take care of yourselves. Dying is bad for your health. Drink water. Eat food. Try to get rest. I know it's hard. Try not to overwork yourselves. And I will see y'all next time. Bye.